Okay, so back at it again, trying to record this again so to see if it will work. Because last time I tried, I spent an hour going at it, and turns out I was neither streaming nor was I recording. So that's always fun to see. So real quick, I'm going to check my phone, go to Twitch, and see if I'm streaming before I even try this real quick. Okay, cool. Says I'm live and I've been streaming for 45 seconds, so there we go. Let's hope it stays that way. So what I'm going to do, again it seems, is start a new save file and just go from the beginning of the game to the end. I don't know how many streams that's going to take. I know it took me about 12 hours to beat the second act, which is kind of long, I guess. But I should be able to do it faster since I already have an idea of what I'm doing. So let's start a new save slot, and we'll do the tutorial so that people can also see what the game is and everything. The stars in the skies are going out, one by one, but no one notices it. No one can stop it. It's racing to the last place where there's still hope. I need to make it before it is too late. Sounds of agony will quickly fade. The world will be destroyed and the memory of it will be gone. And if there is absolutely no chance of bringing it all back, there will always be someone who is willing to do the impossible. In a place without space, without time, without memories. Where am I? I can't see anything except this path. My head is killing me. I remember only a skeleton with a staff in the sky. This darkness is coming from him. Did he destroy everything around here? Just standing here won't do me any good, I guess. So basically this is going to explain that pressing spacebar or right click or escape will either stop time or continue it. So right now it's in the planning phase, so I have to do right click and we're on the adventure. Hope I'll be able to find some shelter before nightfall, if such thing as night still even exists without a sky, of course. And since it stopped time, it's going to also direct our attention up to the day progress. There are loops and there's also the days. The days are a lot quicker and happen during the adventure phase. Loops happen as soon as you complete the loop and get back to this cozy camp. A living ball of slime. Quite a nuisance. They digest anything they can. Hey, I remember this creature. Maybe I just need to freshen my memory and everything will go back to normal. So, everything happens automatically, basically. The only thing that doesn't happen automatically is equipping gear and placing tiles on the map. So, if I continue time right now, you'll see that the fight starts, and it will stop if I hover over an enemy, if I hover over a piece of equipment, but I don't have any equipment right now. The green bar is the HP, and the blue bar is how much time left before they attack. So as you see it fills up, reach to an attack. It's hard to fight with your bare hands. I think there's a weapon that remains of this thing. It's not fully digested. Did here explain equipment? Equip it because it's better than my bare hands. I think I remember that there was a grove nearby. And these even my memories, or do they belong to that slime? And here it's going to show us the building aspect. So this right here goes on the path. There are different types of tiles. This one goes on the path. There are some that go next to the path, and some that can be placed anywhere around and are even, it's better to place anywhere around instead of on the path. Because those are the landscape tiles, these are the path tiles, and I guess those are adjacent tiles. I don't know the actual name of them yet, because I haven't paid enough attention. But see, now that we've built it, let's go. You'll see time will progress a much faster rate since this is a tutorial. Forest rat wolf. I was right. Some emotional stress, a few colorful images, and a bit of adrenaline, everything will be forgotten like a bad dream. Or, remember as a bad. Damn! It's a good thing nobody is listening. So it's explaining equipping better gear. So this is blue rarity, but it's also level 1, but it has extra benefits. Here, these are the landscape tiles that can be placed anywhere and can't be placed next to the path or on the path. They have to be placed far off. Great, so there's a mountain over there, and here's a forest. The world is just like new. The branches and stones on a backpack are a sure sign of that. And here it's explaining resources, so when you place things, it guarantees resources. The forest gave me some wood, the rock gave me some stone. And here we continue. And boom, we made it back to the camp. I think it's time to get some rest. And here's explaining that how to retreat. So as soon as you get back to the camp, you are offered the ability to retreat and get out of the loop and basically save all your resources, because if you die, you lose about, I think it's either 60% or 40% of your resources. So you basically want to do your best not to die, and you want to grab your resources and retreat. And give me one moment while I check to make sure that I am still streaming and recording, because last time I tried, it said fuck you and decided not to. Okay, so it seems I'm still recording, which is good. So let's continue. It's cold and dark here. A small fire can solve both these problems. And here is going to explain the kind of town building or base building aspect of the game. So here you can see the big tree of all the buildings that we're going to want to build, because they each give us more benefits. But first, let's start off the campfire, which the hero stores 20% of his max HP upon entering the campfire tile. So let's do that. And we can only place it in one spot, which is the center. And boom, now we set up the campfire. It will allow us to do our expeditions. Just set out to our next run. This path, everything is wrong, but I remember. It looks like a completely different place, and it's empty again. Do my actions have any meaning? Like I have a choice. If I need to give up and cry to save the world, I am the worst savior of all. Let's do it. Basically, it's just going to run through the game. And you can see the day cycle continues even while doing these little battles, which is nice. And let me place this right here. And I'm going to hold on to the meadow for now. Spider Cocoon will spawn spiders every couple days. Basically, this first loop is very just get ready to just start planning it out. I like building on these little things because there are going to be these little C sections of the game, or circle sections, I guess I should say, instead of C sections, because there's a lot of things that give you little benefits, like this roadside lantern. It's going to -1 to the maximum number of monsters on adjacent tiles, and well, if I place a bunch of my things around here, I can very easily cut down the amount of monsters that will spawn. So I'm going to set right here. Let's equip that sword we found. And I always like to start with my mountains on the right and my meadows on the left, but there's no reason for me to really be placing any meadows yet, because I'm waiting on certain items that will be very good for that. And I'll show you later. There's a thing called a treasury that basically, if you place everything around it, it will give you a bunch of resources. So I basically wait on that to show up before I start trying to place my meadows and such. The mountain I should probably cover. It gives +5 HP for each adjacent rock or mountain. So right now it's useless, but once I start placing a bunch of mountains around it, it's going to be a lot more extra HP. And these rocks are +2 HP. +2 more HP for every adjacent rock or mountain, and these meadows heal 2 HP at the start of each day, and which is a very good buff because days happen a lot, and you kind of want to be healing. Vampire mansions add vampires to adjacent battles, and those are very good ways to get gear and such. And here's a vampire now. Back off, human. A vampire? Where are your lands? If your farmers need help, I would be glad to offer it. No more lands, no more flock, only hundreds of years of emptiness, and hundreds of years of hunger. Save yourself while you still can. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep my head straight. What hundreds of years are you talking about? Your mind is easy to trick, but you can't trick my hunger. It demands its share. Every sip, every drop of blood will go to satiate it. I'm too weak, but you can help me, and I will set this crumbled world right. Right! I'm doing this not just for myself, but for everyone. In the name of good, so be grateful for my hard work and just let me bleed you dry. Basically, vampires are basically an extra enemy in battle, and they will enhance all enemies that are not objects or artificial. So, this guy is artificial life, so he's not going to get that vampirism effect, but when they do get the vampirism effect, if they hit you, they heal for 10% of the HP that they deal. So as you see, this guy is hitting me for a bit and healing back up with his 30% vampirism. And speaking of vampirism, we ourselves just got a shield that has vampirism on it. So when we hit an enemy, if we're going to hit the enemy, well, that's a bug. So that's great that it immediately already have a bug. Let me try just turning things on. No. Huh. Let me exit this run, I guess. Huh. So, this is interesting. Never had this happen. This is a new bug that I've witnessed. And with our warrior buff of, like, as time passes, we get more damage. If we were to slap this guy, it would be for a lot. But, the problem is we're not attacking. So, let me stop this real quick, and I guess I'll have to restart. So, hold on for a moment while I do this. Let me start loop hero up again. Oh, it was updating. So, that might be why. So, let me launch it again. Let me create a window capture for it again. Source. Loop hero. Done. Let's continue back where we were leaving off. I hope everything's fine. Okay, I can't believe it. Hey everybody, the boys managed to return. So this is supposed to happen after we complete that run, but we basically fucked up and had to leave that run, I guess. Survivors, does this mean I'm not alone anymore? Where'd you come from? Is there still a place without darkness? We don't know where we came from, or we can't remember. These people you see are only a small part of what's left of the group, I think. You're not sure? We're not sure. We reached that conclusion because of the abandoned luggage and leftover daily rations. With each day, new signs of presence of people that, as far as everyone knows, have never even been with us. It's like we forgot them. We forgot? Exactly. It's like people disappear every day, and we instantly forget they even existed. Almost as if we forgot the place we came from, and our families and maybe ourselves. My name is Yota. That's the part I still remember. Nobody else's memory is in much better shape. That's why I remember so little about myself. Everything is forgotten. But wait, you said that I managed to return? That means you remembered I was here. Yes, that's why it's so important to us. We saw you leave, but you were gone before we could approach you. Listen, we can't wander around in this emptiness anymore. There's a campfire and a few sleeping bags here. A real luxury in these dark times. What do you say? Oh, of course. I'd be very grateful if we could team up. I want to restore everything. I've begun to remember the world as it was before, but there's no point to it without other people. It's too lonely without them. Remembering the world? I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm too exhausted. but we'd be glad if you could help us, and we'd be glad to help you. Just don't ask us to go with you. I don't know how you manage to return, but for us, leaving the group is too dangerous. I will ask no such thing of you. For now, I just want to have a place to return to, a place where I can hear other people's voices. We weren't joking about helping you. Here are a few things that survive the cataclysm and don't vanish away. Can't be forgotten. Take them. You might need them. So I guess with that, I'm just gonna create the kitchen because, well, generally I come back. Last time I tried this, I came back with enough for Spiffy and the Field Kitchen. But that doesn't seem like that's gonna happen this time because the game kind of bugged out and I had to force quit it. So let's just build a Field Kitchen, because as you can see, as we build new things, you can see in the top right, they're gonna give us new things. So the Field Kitchen add 10% to the Campfire's healing power, and it's gonna unlock the Blood Grove card. The Herbalist Hut is gonna allow us to basically carry potions with us in adventures, and basically allow us to get a little bit of free healing in our adventures. It also unlocks the Swamp card, and then this is going to give us basic warrior gear every time we do an adventure, so we don't have to start fighting with our bare hands with no armor and such. We can just kind of go in and already have weapons, making that first loop a lot easier and a lot more free to just get your cards and start building up what you need to build up. It's also going to unlock the ability to craft tools if we have the supply depot, but we're nowhere near close to that. So for right now, let's just build the Field Kitchen because it's all we have for. And I just place it to the right. Do you know the difference between a good cook and a bad cook? The food made by a good cook is tastier. What? You're waiting for something more elaborate? Sometimes the truth is very simple. Look, I have a cauldron, a hearth, a couple of knives, a bucket of potatoes, 3 onions, and some ham. Nothing special, everything is very simple. But give me a few minutes and everyone in this camp will be running to my table, following the tasty smell of a good stew. So, let's head on our expedition. And since it's our site, unlock new cards, you'll see all these stats open up. On the right, you can see what chapter we're on, which you can also see at the top. And it will explain this, what little benefits and such happen during this adventure on chapter 1. Enemies will have 0 to 1 abilities, enemy strength is minus 5%, enemy strength grows plus 2% per loop, and the maximum amount of resource is 10. And that maximum resource is 10 means so that we can't kind of just stay in this expeditions forever and just get a bunch of loot. We have to kind of do runs like over and over and over. You can't just continue it forever. And this will explain our class. There's nothing really particular about nothing special about the warrior. The only thing is that he gets an extra plus 2% damage for each second of the fight, which is quite nice for longer fights. And then his additional stats are all the little things that can come on your equipment. So other classes won't have the same exact class stats. So not every class is going to have vampirism or counterattack, etc. And then these are our equipment slots. These are the only ones we can really use during our adventure. Different classes will have different equipment slots they can use, but we'll figure more about that later. Well, you'll see more about that later. Now that we've unlocked the Blood Grove, or a card, we can now edit our deck. So I'm going to take out these two things and make my deck kind of smaller. Since Oblivion is kind of just a time waster, it brings the boss closer. And Beacon, there's no good reason to it. And I've never found a reason to spawn spiders exactly, they're just kind of there. So, basically doing that first run over again because the game decided to just crap itself for a second. So let's place a grove. I like to place things on these little C's, as I've told before. the treasury. So a treasury, as I was trying to explain earlier, is a really good building to find because it gives a random resource after placing anything on an adjacent tile. So it's a good way to quickly build up all these resources. And it can't be adjacent to anything because they don't want you to be able to just kind of like cheap get them. But once you max out the 8 tiles around it, it grants a big boost to resources, just floods you with a bunch of resources. So it's good to max these out as quickly as possible. And when it comes to these meadows, is if you ever place these meadows next to something, they turn into a blooming meadow, which heals an extra 1 HP every day, which is really nice. So it's generally best to place these blooming meadows next to things that aren't meadows, because then they will alter into blooming meadows and you'll get that extra HP. As you can imagine, is much better than nothing. I'll wait on the road lantern for now. Road lanterns, as I already explained, I think I've already explained, I don't know. I've kind of already forgotten since I've had to record this twice. They will -1 to the max number of enemies on a tile. So the max number generally is 4, and if you have a vampire, that's going to add 1, so the max is quote-unquote 5. If you place down a road lantern, it will go down to 3 normal enemies, but you can still have the extra vampire, so it can be 4, etc. So you can basically stack these down to make these big little areas of a bunch of spawners, but like have maybe like 3 or 2 enemies there instead of just 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, which is going to eat away at your HP. But I don't really have any reason to place them yet since this is early loop, so I'm going to wait to see where it kind of gets bad, where there becomes a lot of enemies before I start to worry about placing those. And I'm going to place these rocks in the corners because meadows there are not going to get any extra benefit. As I've said, they need to be placed next to a different building to get the blooming meadows. As loops progress, enemies get harder and you get better equipment, so generally level 3 is going to be better than level 1, but I'm not equipping that because it's just defense 5, and that's not really as much as a big boost as having 10% counter, a 10% chance to counter. So we're just going to let this play out for a second. I'm gonna go grab something to drink real quick. So we're back. Never mind. Let's read this dialogue. I think we've already met. Back off, human. A vampire? Where are your lands? If your farmers need help, I would be glad to offer it. No more lands, no more flock, only hundreds of years of emptiness. And 100 years of hunger. Save yourself while you still can. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep my head straight. What hundreds of years are you talking about? Your mind is easy to trick, but you can't trick my hunger. It demands its share. Every sip, every drop of blood will go to satiate it. I'm too weak, but you can help me, and I will set this crumbled world right. Right! I'm doing this not just for myself, but for everyone, in the name of good. So be grateful for my hard work and just let me bleed you dry. So these vampires, as I've already explained, oh yeah, there we go. Something that can get this 10% of vampirism. So the skeleton, every time it hits me, 10% of its attack will go back to healing it. As you can see, that little 1, it's not an exact 10%, I think it's rounded up. As you can see, it's hitting for me for 7, but he's getting that little extra 1 HP. Vampires often owned our lands. They kept the peace and helped our settlements to prosper. But this won't do at all. Now they are just pale shadows of their former selves, both physically and mentally. apparently the blood of other creatures can't sustain them. He wasn't joking about the hunger. Even the creatures that stand near him are imbued with the power to devour something else. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink. That was my bad. I didn't grab anything to drink before I started recording. Okay, did we get anything really good? Not really. Oh, actually, I don't know. The damage to all is kind of low, so I'm gonna wait on that. A big part of using the warrior is getting the damage to all, because that's going to be a lot of big buffs. And since we completed the treasury, we got a bunch of resources, along with 2 extra cards, so it's really good to complete those. Because, well, you get a bunch of extra benefits, and resources are very much a big thing about how to build up your town. We got a mace of damage to all, which is very nice. And I'll take that little bit of regen over the nice little bit of defense. So you can see this game kind of plays itself a bit. Sorry about that. I forgot to mute my mic while eating for a second there. But this game kind of plays itself. You just basically need to make the decisions of where everything really goes. And I'm placing these grows in places where blood growth will be nice to have. Blood grows will hit all these areas and such. I'm explaining way too forward about what I should be explaining. These battlefields are also very nice to have at the start of your loop, because they spawn a chest every loop, and that chest will be a lot of, well, not a lot of, but it'll have some equipment, and getting that at the start of a new loop means, well, you're going to be building up that higher level equipment a lot faster. You're going to get a nice little boost at the beginning of your loop. But the problem is if you start stacking them, you start changing the land around and start spawning blood clots as well, which are very tough enemies, but it's also more enemies to get more loot from, so who really cares? These rocks, because once you get 9 rocks in a row, you'll make a Harpy's Peak, which is a very good thing to grab because it's going to give you a bunch of these noticeable changes, along with spawning Harpies, which will drop randomly on the level every 2 days, I believe. But once you place 10 rocks/mountains, a Goblin Camp will spawn, And those will spawn really tough enemies, which are goblins. And those guys will build up and do a lot of damage. So everything has like their drawbacks to what you're placing, kind of. If you start spamming too many things, then you'll start to change land and you'll start to take a bunch of debuffs for what you're doing, basically. But also with every debuff, it's great as well. Like placing these enemies, you also grab resources whenever you walk through any of these little landscapes, like cemeteries will grant you pebbles, groves will grant you sticks, and along with the items in the cards, you'll need to keep progressing through the run. But here we're about to spawn the Harpy's Beak. So you see, once we place all of those, we get a bunch of noticeable change and a Mountain Beak, which will grant a bunch of extra max HP, along with placing rocks along it will grant even more additional HP than just a normal rock or mountain wood. Place this right here so that we can hopefully get some ghosts to get some early rewards from those guys. Stop! Where did these goblins come from? I don't remember remembering you. We remember ourselves. Now give us all you've got. You have no idea what's going on, right? Why don't you help me restore order in this world first, and then you can do anything you want. Goblin must rob. No other order in the world. Fair enough. Guess I don't have any valid objection here. Oh wait, I do have one. How about goblins on this first act? They have a leader, and then every other goblin that's on that tile will be just a normal goblin. Goblin leader will get increased damage if anyone else dies, so they really start to add up. Once there's a bunch of goblins in one spot, they can just start dealing a lot of damage. It's strange how these creatures appeared on their own. Maybe it means everything is actually not so bad, and that the world's trying to restore itself. Or that even the apocalypse isn't enough to get rid of some pests. There we go. Now we got our first blood growth, so as soon as this fight is end, place it right here, and it can only be placed next to groves or forests, and since we don't have any forests unlocked, we have groves. So you want to place your groves in a place to where you can next play the blood grove, where it'll hit the most tiles. And a blood grove, a living force, preys on wounded occupants of adjacent tiles. Respawns something dreadful from their remains. Can be placed near a forest adjacent to the road. Its roots devour enemies that have less than 15% HP. So this is good for when you're building up a bunch of enemies in one area. This will basically allow you to kind of kill enemies quicker. But after a while they spawn these, I think they're called blood golems, that have a bunch of HP and attack slowly and deal a lot of damage. Kinda has its trade-off again. There's a lot of like trade-offs with every card, like they're all great, but also they're kinda bad. I feel like meadows and rocks are the only ones that really don't have any drawbacks really. So these ones you can kinda just place wherever, be fine. And I generally hang on to the meadows because I'm still waiting for another treasury or so. If I can't find one, then I'm just gonna start placing them all willy-nilly. Oh, there we go. Just as I was waiting on. And if you pause during the fight, or not pause, but if you right click or press space to go into planning, as soon as the fight ends, you can just build and your character's not going to move wherever I am, right there. So I can just place these. And I'm not going to place right there, because actually I will, because that just means I'm going to have to place rocks right here to turn these into blooming meadows. That extra healing no matter what. Minus some damage for a bit of extra healing. Okay, now that we know where the goblins are spawning, I want to cut down the amount of enemies that can spawn there by placing this road lantern, because you don't want them to have a bunch of goblins, basically, or it's going to be a real tough cookie to crack. Treasury, another bunch of resources. And our first harpy. No! What do you mean, no? You want to save the world. You want to ask for our help. Our answer is no. How did you... But why no? We see far away. We see deep inside. For a long time there has been just emptiness instead of the sky, but it doesn't stop us from seeing. Your saving of the world is one-sided and naive. Each person sees their own way of saving the world. That's why no one will ever join you. Fine, I don't fully understand it, but tell me your version. What does to save the world mean to you? My progeny and my kin, for them to be strong and to live, it's a part of the cycle of life and death. It is life itself, it is the world. I will kill you and feed your remains to my starving younglings, and life will go on. And how many lives does your blade give birth to by killing again and again? Only one. I don't want you or your children to die from starvation. Please, try to see reason. If my mission succeeds, harpies can have all the sky, and all the hunting grounds they need. I can't feed my children with your beautiful words. It's time to say goodbye. And our first harpy, these guys kind of just... A lot of enemies are kind of pushovers on the first act. They become a lot harder in Act 2 once they have more abilities. Harpies start to evade a lot more, meaning you're gonna miss a lot. So right now they're kind of easy, but later they become very difficult. I feel awful. By fixing one evil, I'm becoming a source of another. There's no home for harpies except the highest mountains, but there's no food there. I can't imagine how they managed to survive if their mountains were cut from reality. And this is still not that great. Having trouble finding any good items that have damage to all, because damage to all is a real big help when playing the warrior, because you see I'm just hitting one enemy and it's not dealing a lot. But damage to all is going to be a nice buff to everything. Speaking of damage to all, right here we have Sword of Damage to All. And right now, it's just going to be 2 damage to everything else, or 4 damage to everything else, minus like their defense and such. So it's kind of 2. But once you get that really going, you're doing like 10, 12 to a bunch of enemies. And you're basically wiping out big waves of enemies without even actually attacking them, personally. So it's really good to start getting that up and running after a certain point. It's probably going to be a bad idea, but I'm going to set this right here for now. Especially since I don't have any of my damage to alls yet. I'm going to take that for that regen and the counter. That's going to help with my damage and also just my survivability in fights. Has a bit more counter, so I'm going to take that one, even though I'm losing out on max HP. that's even more damage to all. I'm gonna take that even though I'm losing out on some attack speed. I'd still want more damage to all, so I can just kind of wipe out enemies before they really hit me too much. It's gonna be a real big help in how to survive as the warrior. Okay. And as we place cards, we want to be wary about this whole map completion. Once this bar fills, the boss is going to spawn, and you kind of want that when you don't really have a good build running, and also it's your first run. So you basically want to retreat before you start that, and as you can see above each card you have this little circle filled with a little bit of green. Some cards have a lot more green, some have none, but even if there is none in there, they still do add to that bar slightly. So you want to be wary of that. Looks like our first blood golem's gonna be spawning in a second. I'm gonna pause before that happens. And that's not gonna do much for this fight. I think it might be nice to have that over here where a lot more things are gonna be spawning as well. Hopefully this fight goes okay. My problem is that blood golem. Does it have vampirism? It does. Let's do that because that's gonna give us more damage in this fight. And the good thing about blood golems is they give you very rare loot, and it's generally like a level or two above your loot level, so it's gonna help a lot. Speaking of which, this is gonna really help with our damage to all and our defense in general. So I'm gonna put that on. And you can see our damage to all is now 13, and we're gonna start dealing a lot more damage to enemies. I do also want some vampirism though, because we are running low on HP. We don't have any regen either, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna equip this and kind of sacrifice a little bit of my damage to all, unless I have a ring or so. Yeah, I'm just gonna sacrifice that so I can get that for now. Let's also place a meta or two. This rock here. We might actually lose this run because we don't have oh. Yeah, we might have to sacrifice some of our damage all again just to get some vampirism and regen. So I guess let's just do that for now. So we can actually survive. This blood grove is going to help with that. If I had not placed that lantern there like an idiot, it would have helped more. But let's place it here for these fights at least. It's also going to increase our HP a bit. Oh, speaking of which, this is going to just give us vampirism and such. First, because if not, he would have been doing a lot of damage to us. I think we can start cutting out some of our vampirism in a second. keys. I shouldn't cut out any vampirism yet. Let's go with some regen. So we kind of got ourselves into a shitty spot here. More magic damage. Yeah, let's take that for now. It's a little bit more healing per hit. This fight's gonna kind of suck. Especially if these skeletons are gonna evade everything. Okay, so we have that Harvey next. It's not gonna help much. Give us more attack damage. Really flying by the skin of our teeth this run. Which isn't very good. Don't want to be doing that. Just to cover that one last slime fight. Okay, we're not gonna be able to max out this treasury, but whatever, we still got a lot of resources from this adventure. Okay. As soon as we get to this camp, I'm going to retreat, because we're gonna die if we do not. So, let's go to retreat, let's grab our resources with us, and another success! You return and we still remember you. Unbelievable! Yeah, it's good to be back, but I'd hardly call it a success. My old memories of the world are gone. The path is empty again, and there's only darkness everywhere I look. Interesting. So technically you remember that there are things that you have forgotten. We should find a way to use that. Let's talk about something more positive. We managed to tidy this place up a bit. It's time for the next step. What do you have in mind? Expanding the camp. We have all sorts of craftsmen, from cooks to alchemists, but they all need a place to work. But we can't use materials from around here. You turn away for a second from a branch or a stone and and it's gone. I'm afraid only you can solve this problem. The materials that survived your trip always look suitable for building. But these are just stones and splinters. How can you build something with them? Curious, eh? I noticed it with the fire you've made. The things you obtain somehow infect everything similar of stability. Only in small amounts, but it's still something. Even a small branch is enough to make a wooden wall exist without constant supervision. So that's just explaining more of the lore about why we were able to do this. And we didn't get enough scrap because we kept using a bunch to put on new equipment, so we're not able to build anything yet. So that run was kind of a dud, but whatever. Actually, if I get more, I kind of want to make this next because that village card is very good for runs. I'm going to go take a quick pee real quick. So, hold on real quick. so let's set on another expedition. And since we got some things, we were able to unlock the crowd crystals, which is kind of just unlocked a floor. But I really don't have a need for that, but I kind of want to put spiders back in the mix and see how those help with getting the loops started. Because I feel like they actually might be good at just spawning enemies to get loot. I kind of cut them out a lot the first time I started playing this game, so who knows, maybe they're actually secretly OP. Myself for a bit, because this is where the game starts to really kind of just play itself and once you understand things. I'm gonna mainly talk once I unlock new things, unlock new classes and such. Which is really nice. Which one of these is better? This is better because it has magic damage and everything. I mainly want to let a lot of these weapons slip by and such so we can get that scrap that we need for the smithy and for the thing that gives us a village card. I don't know what it's called exactly, but we still want to kind of get those things as non-threateningly as possible, so we're just going to let as much gear slip by as possible. I wonder if I said possible too much. It's entirely possible. Nice thing about this game is each of the icons doesn't, like, they actually hint a little bit about what type of things they'll have, like, stat-wise. So this spiky shield will always have damage to all, the rapier. I don't know what it always has, but I feel like it's always had, like, vampirism on it. So they did a really good job at kind of just saying, hey, this is going to do this most of the time. So I feel like this game is very smart in how it handles itself. I really applaud the developers for doing what they did, because it's a really good game. That's kind of why I've even started over. I even went through a whole hour of recording and streaming, and just the game decided, well, no, OBS itself decided, nah, I'm just not gonna record this. So I'm having to redo this first hour for a second time. The first time went by really painlessly. Like the first run I got a bunch of stuff, but this time isn't going as smooth because we had that crash early on. Not a crash, but a bug. This is kind of a nice run. We're starting to build up that damage to all, so we're starting to just do a lot of damage in general to enemies. Okay. I think we should be fine with everything we have. The only thing we'll need to change out is our ring, maybe, for this loop. Oh, speaking of which, it has damage all on. So, we're getting an extra 14 damage per hit, basically. Which is really nice. Basically almost doubling our damage if we do a low hit. So that's really good in my book. Placing the spark cubes in a way that some of them I only want to go to one place because I don't want, like, what is it, 8 spiders spawning all the time. So I'd rather have like a bunch of, like, just 4 instead of having to go through 8 each time I go past a spider again. So I try to cut down on where they go all the time. Because if you start spamming them in corners, you're just gonna overrun yourself each run and take a lot of damage. Now that we have 2 battlefields, we can place this one right here, and this will turn these 2 tiles into blood paths. So anywhere 2 battlefields intersect, it turns into blood paths, which will spawn blood clots, which are kind of dangerous enemies, but it's kind of worth it to have just 2 chests spawn at the beginning, because that means you're just gonna get a lot of loot to help you through the loop. extra 9 damage from that. So this is kind of worse in general for now. So we really don't need to be changing out our weapon too much yet. Oh, we got a mimic, which is pretty rare to find. Okay. I'm gonna take that so we can get a little bit of healing along with more defense. Sacrifice some HP and defense so I can get this nice 20 extra damage every hit. Which I'm gonna do again to get it up to 25. And whenever you accidentally burn cards from having too full of a hand, the card turns into this little memory fragment, which then you can kind of spend to unlock lore once you unlock the encyclopedia later in the game. We don't have to worry about that too much yet. So let's just add a couple more spiders and such. More goblins appeared. Add more rocks. Kinda still want to hold out on a treasury. That's why I hold on to so many rocks and meadows, because I want a treasury so I can get a lot of loot. Let's cut down how much that enemies can be next to this blood pool. If too many are, then I can easily take way too much damage. And I'm gonna take that because it has vampirism and I kind of want a little bit of HP. I'm also gonna take this one as well so we can heal a little bit more. Losing out on our damage versus all, but that's fine. I don't know if I want to make this the last loop or the next one the last loop, so I can get a bunch of this stuff back into town. Sad, but that's fine. Okay. So these loops are getting pretty dangerous. We have to be fighting a bunch of blood golems. I kinda wanna retreat with what I have for right now. But I might be able to make one more loop. Actually, no, I shouldn't, because the boss is so close to being spawned that I shouldn't go on a retreat for now. Okay, so I'm gonna build this first, so I can get the village, because I don't really care much about that early starting gear yet. I'd rather get this gymnasium up. So that's how it works. Instead of remembering something, you can just learn it again. That's a nice trick. There's no ill intent. Without education, our world would be left to the savages. You too could learn a few things, though. We could all get together and share our useful knowledge and skills. Nah, I already know all I need to. Leave learning to the kids. Your first lesson, learn to like learning. That would make life easier for both of us. It's a miracle that we could find some fertile soil, and that we were able to save some seeds from precious healing herbs. Sorry. Blah. But the real miracle is that all these healing poultices and balms still have any effect. We've already lost many people because of the cataclysm. It'd be nice not to lose more to disease. These potions could also help you. Take a bottle or two on your trip, and your chances of getting back unharmed will be much higher. So basically, what we've unlocked, we unlocked the special traits after killing monsters in expeditions, and unlocks this village card. Village card is a really nice card that I'll explain in a second. And the herbalist hut will basically give us these potions for each of our runs, basically just give us a little bit more healing along with the swamp card. And there's nothing else we can really build. I kind of want to build a farm next just to get that down so I know exactly where I'm going to have it. So, let us expedition. And our new cards unlocked, village and swamp. So I'm gonna equip village because I very much like having villages ready. They heal you plus 5, like for 15 plus 5% times loop, or 5 times loop. Plus 5 for loop, is what I'm trying to say. And it gives you a quest, and that quest is going to basically give you more XP, because when you unlock the gymnasium, basically you're unlocking the XP feature, so that now you can level up during your runs. The swamp spawns mosquito every 3 days. All healing effects are lethal here except for the potions. They're still on your side. And I still haven't found why to go to swamps exactly, so I don't use them that much. I could, but what would the reason be? Fuck it, we'll just put it in for a run. Let's see if it works at all. Because you end up, as the warrior, you end up just taking a lot more damage than you need to whenever you go into a swamp, because you have to unfortunate in the vampirism and such. Damn, I was hoping I'd be able to catch that. I guess I did. Well, we'll get it next time around. So this might be a little bit dangerous, these early of loops. I'm not sure because I haven't done this in a while, but if you place a vampire mansion next to a village, it becomes a ransacked village, and it will spawn up to 4 ghouls once per loop. But after 3 loops, it becomes a really good village that heals you much more, and it gives even better quests than a normal village would. So I'm going to place this other village here so I can get a quest there. But on your second village, you also get a bandit camp, which on this first act aren't really too much of a problem. Like, you can just fight them, you're fine. But in higher acts, they start to destroy your loot and such. So I tend not to do my best not to spawn these as much on the higher acts. But for now, I'm not going to worry about it. Also going to put this road lantern here to stop it from having a lot of ghouls and turn that 4 ghouls down to 3, because it will also have a vampire in that fight, so you don't want a lot of enemies just healing constantly in a fight. Okay, so it wasn't too dangerous this time around. They're all pretty weak in Act 1. I'm gonna turn this also to 1. Oh, fuck. Wait, how did I fail the quest when I just finished the quest? That's a little weird. Whatever. No. Let's just place these. So I can get some extra healing. villagers so I can suck up some of that, but doesn't look like that's gonna happen for now. This place is like one of those right here. First level up. So now that we have villages unlocked, we unlocked XP, which I have this little bar right here, and we got our first level. And each level allows us to basically choose between 3 traits, and there's this large pool of traits. And I generally pick between these two when I'm the warrior. I'm just gonna go for this right now. Ooh, nice, we got that just in time. Blood grove is going to make these large piles of enemies a little bit easier to handle because they're all going to be dying by low HP. Still haven't found much of a better weapon yet. There's a treasury. First down the camp. Sec later. Let's give us a little bit of vampirism and health. On my weapons here because this is kind of starting to deal a lot of damage to us these runs. Defense. Because right now our weapons are really not looking too good yet. our second level. And this is a trap. Never take this, basically, because Oblivion is always going to cost a lot of the boss meter and get it up there very quickly. That's why it's called Blissful Ignorance. I just kind of want to go for this little extra HP. Those guys just take before dying because they have so much evasion. And rocks to finish that before the ends. So that's something we want. Because I don't think this run is going to be the boss with how little healing and everything we have. Looks like we're gonna finish that treasury. But as you can see, right before we're ending this, you see these guys are gonna heal a lot and give a much better quest rewards, because vampires, even though they turn everyone to vampires, are really good at making your towns good, compared to just humans being shit, I guess. So, it's almost always good to turn every village into a count's land instead of just a normal village. You gotta wait those 3 loops, but it's pretty much worth it. Our last treasury filled out, but let's retreat because we have a lot of resources. Actually, no, we don't have a lot of resources, but we have pretty good resources. And if we were placing more cards, we would have to fight the boss. We just don't really have a good build to continue going through this, especially with 3 blood golems and possibly more spawning on the way. So, do the smithy. So that's 7. Let's just do the smithy for now. By the anvil of the 7 seas, it's a small forge. Yo, you have no idea how I've missed the heart of a furnace, the heat of a furnace and the smell of metal. We've had some good tools. We'll have some good tools now. You can be sure of it, lad. you'll even be able to use something during those trips of yours. You're quite enthusiastic. Something tells me you're not a stranger to seamanship. Shiver me hammers! How'd you know? It doesn't matter, though. You're right. Don't worry. I'll prove to you that these hands can hold a hammer as good as they can hold a helm in a storm, and for a dozen days in a row if needed. So basically, now we're gonna have basic gear every time we start as the warrior, and it also unlocks the ability to craft tools if we have the supply depot, but we do not, so we don't have that option yet. We would need to get this guy running. Kinda want to get a farm and then the cemetery and such. Because, yeah. Actually, yeah, we want to get farms next so we can get wheat fields. Because that's going to help with our villages. So let's continue going around. I feel like our deck's fine right now. We don't really need the chrono crystals or beacons and such. Sorry about my commuting noise. I'm now gonna start using just the button because I didn't realize it would actually be making such a big noise every time I muted myself. So instead, for now, I'm just gonna use the button. Move my thing up so I can see when I'm muted. There we go. A village right here. Oh, I went that way. Never mind. That's my bad. But now we can actually do a vampire village and do these loops faster. So this run has been kind of normal so far. There hasn't been really much to talk about yet. I kind of want to get this vampirism for now. Actually, no, that should be fine. Should hopefully find something soon. Nice. I love this damage to all shields. It's very nice for early game stuff. This is quite a lot better than these other two. I'm gonna take that. It's really gonna allow treasuries to be a lot easier to obtain. Most of your cards are going to be reused, or at least 10% of them are going to be reused. We're really starting to take a lot of damage because we didn't have much vampires at the beginning, and we still don't have a lot. Down to one potion right now. These runs are going very poorly, I'd say. Should I wait on this ransack village till I go past? I kind of want to, so I don't fuck myself over too much. Please, nice, like quick. Might go up to 30. I'm just gonna place this grove for now. Because this counter's gonna hurt quite a bit. Extra 95 healing for this run. Start storing up some more healing and get more treasury. Oh fuck, that guy just spat out everything I needed. There we go. insect. Might be a bad idea. Might kill us. We'll see. Kind of want to place all these swamps down now. Because that's just going to kill us, definitely. Losing out on invasion. Let's do that for now. Just want to get that little bit of healing in there. We might lose this room. We will. I spammed too many of the harder things to keep going. This one. So yeah, this is gonna hurt a lot. We're attacking the boss, yeah, that's the end of this. Yep, there we go. Our first lost run on the save file. So we're gonna lose all that stuff and like bring this a little bit of back. I'm alive? But how? Thanks to us, a small group of us dragged you here. It wasn't easy. How could you fight off all those monsters? It nearly killed me. That's also interesting. Many of them vanished right before your eyes. Some we managed to avoid, but I think most of the beasts were gone even before we left the camp. I think your trips are deeply connected to your memories, my friend. Everything falls apart as soon as you're unconscious. So that's just explaining the lore-wise of how they're able to turn it back after I lose runs poorly. Still can't build a farm or anything because we lost a lot of that stuff. So time to go again. I feel like swamps don't need to be in the picture. Villages are fine, but I really want to get the wheat fields, so those are better. I really don't know if we need spiders. Just gonna do a 10 card deck. really good that we got 2 treasuries early on. That's gonna make this hopefully a very good run to get us at farm and hopefully something else. We'll see if we have enough resources for both things. It's a nice early mace. I wonder why this stuttering is happening. I wonder if it's because I'm streaming it as well as recording it. Who knows exactly? It is kind of annoying. Not kind of, it is very annoying. Fuck, I should have waited to place a player before I did that. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, now there's just a bandit village. Wasting time there. Hey, I don't remember you. You look like a local. That's because I'm not. I see. And you think you can just wander these parts without consequences? Times are tough, you know. Nothing to bite, nothing to wet one's whistle, and we have to deal with strangers who have no sympathy for our poverty. What? You think you're better than us? No. Did I guess right? Is that the correct answer? Because I'm getting the impression this is one of those cases where my answer has zero influence on what happens next. Well, you've got insight. It's the only thing you'll keep today. Come to think of it, mirrors and Theas are part of this world too. If my mission is to return everything back to normal, should I be happy they're appearing again? On the other hand, being disgusted with murder and theft is also part of this world, so I guess I don't have to owe it to anyone to be happy. Oh no, it's Bella. How you doing today, Bella? I wonder how to get quality options on Twitch. I still have no clue how to do that. Like, I don't know where in the options to get that unless it's just, you have to be a big boy streamer to get quality options. See you, Bella. Have fun. I'm just gonna call this one early, probably, because I do not want to lose more things again. What's upgrading this to again? No, it's just healing. Here's. Okay, put this over here. Have you seen how this oblivion affects us? Hunger, for example. You can stop eating for days and you still won't be hungry. This, of course, does not mean that you should stop eating altogether. The farmer promises that he'll be able to grow some stable crops, but it will take some time. It will be interesting to see what he can grow without sunlight. Basically, you want to place this farm and so it has the most spots everywhere, because it turns all the empty tiles into little farms that, after you come back from expedition, become the little rations and just add to this, so it kind of builds up over time. So you can get a lot more of your food a lot easier. It also allows you to craft things once you have craft food once you have a supply depot, but we don't have that yet, so it doesn't matter. And it also unlocks the wheat fields card, which you can only use if you have a village. And it can only be placed next to a village, and it just adds to that healing and also spawns a scarecrow. And those scarecrows are kind of dangerous enemies, but on the first act, but they're not too hard to deal with, so it's going to be worth it to get extra HP. Just making our ransacked villages actually heal us a little bit when we go through, and then once they're the big villages, they heal a bunch. But yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, we should be fine without spiders, really. Like, I think having spiders just adds too many enemies after a while, if you don't have any of the AoE damages. So, that should be fine. I'm also going to take another quick piss real quick, so hold on 1 second. Okay, back to the show. As if there's anything to show. Okay. Hopefully this run will be a little bit better. I really want to get a good damage wall stack going again. That happened on the one where OBS said it was recording, but it wasn't recording at all, it wasn't streaming at all, so all of that was useless, basically. Did a full hour, and I got like, I think I got an extra like 25 damage on every hit, and that was just a great first run. But right now, I'm not going to be able to get anything quite like that. the problem with wheat fields, is you're gonna get them a lot more often than you'll get villages, so you have to deal with sitting there waiting for your villages for a while they just bloat your hand. As you can see, these wheat fields can only be attached right directly to the village. They cannot be spread out or anything. Wanting a 3-tile of your village to be very nice, making these vampire mansions just only hit that. So I really want a grove and a blood grove to go right there so I can easily deal with all 4 of those. A little bit easier. Not really easy, but a little bit easier. I'm not going to place that village, so I don't have a bandit camp spawn yet. I'm always building these little gaps next to the villages so that bandit camps can't spawn. There's no real point in fighting bandits when you don't really have to. Again, especially in later acts, because they will break your gear. I mean, you have to keep replacing from your inventory, making it very hard to deal with things. vampirism, so I'll take that. Losing out on some things, so I'm not going to take that yet. Put this right here. It's fine so far. These goblins are going to get hit by this sunlight blade. For killing? Yeah, got one at least. There we go, there's some better armor. Still missing gnomes and stuff. Kinda really want that damage roll and magic damage more than anything. I have villages, but nothing to kind of replace any of that stuff with. If I replace a village, I'd get an abandoned camp, and I kinda don't want that. Now this guy's a good count's land. Nice, that's much better. Damage roll. Just want a blood arrow or a lantern, so I can place that village without any promise of abandoned camp moving up. That's just a lot more damage in general. And these quests basically make these boss enemies that have twice as much HP. So they kind of get annoying to deal with in groups, but when they're alone like that, they're generally fine to deal with. There we go. 22, 32, yes. Thank God. still from like before. Is this what's going on? Oh, there we go. There's the good ring. Okay. I'm gonna place some of these rocks and things so I can get this shit going. I need to place that rock. Whatever. I could just place a meadow and it'd be fine. I'll take that. Okay, I can do this. Fuse there. See, this run's going pretty well. I haven't really fallen too low on HP, so it's been working out. Especially, I feel like it's now that I have weak fields, my HP is working better for me. Initial was less, but just more damage from one guy. Pause as soon as this fight's over, so play some cards. Oh, thank fuck, there's treasury. See, once you start to get all these damage roll and magic damage up, this really just becomes a lot easier as a warrior, but it's like, you gotta deal with that RNG of getting that stuff, because if you don't get it, then odds are gonna be kind of a lot harder to deal with. And you really don't want hard to deal with runs. Because, well, they're harder. No explanation really needed. Okay. Wonder if I can do another run. I should hopefully be able to do one. I don't like that this village is so far into the run. It's kind of after everything is already needed to be fought. I guess we'll call this run here for now. And sorry if you're annoyed by how I play this game. If you don't want to see how I play this game, then well, there's other people who play this game, so you can go there instead. Okay, I want the cemetery and the crypt, so keep doing these runs. Basically grinding out these ransacked village runs for now until I get the Necromancer, because Necromancer is probably, I want to say, the strongest class. Because he just has AoE and single target damage all just in one thing. But I'll also do a run with the rogue later, just to show you what the rogue does. so we do this before this loop is over. Basically, quote-unquote, cheat the system by already passing one loop by the time it's already started. Nothing else in place for that. Loop 3 if a loop 1 weapon. Fun. Got a treasure, you think? I've had runs where like I just never get treasuries, and it's like the most annoying thing ever. I won't place that rock yet, because we might be able to place a double treasury, and that would be nice. Double treasuries are basically just cut down on the costs of getting to place so many things, sorry. Got really burpy right there, sorry. Just in time. It's a loop 2 weapon, but whatever. It's much better than nothing. To fight all this. This is fucking hurt. Actually, wait. That's better. That vampirism more than max HP, because max HP isn't really going to get you as far as being able to heal off of attacks is. Hopefully we can get our village up so we can start getting that healing as well. I'll take this as well. Nice. There we go. Used a potion, that's not very good. Okay. So many cards from here. Guess we can. I kinda wanna keep that vampirism for now. Staying alive. It's not the best perk, but it's quite good at keeping you alive when you need to stay alive. Okay. Do I want to place another vampire village or just a normal village? Thank God we got a weapon. It's not a good one, but it's a weapon. Waiting on one for a while. Take that as well. One more defense for these big boys coming up. +5. So that's 23. Okay. I think I'm gonna take this instead, even though it's level below. It still has that extra kick behind it. Just gonna help in this fight. 11 to everything. Okay. Damage roll. I'm gonna keep the damage roll for now. That's good. Fuck. Didn't mean to place that there. Whatever. So, this actually turning out pretty okay. Now that, especially since we found that damaged hole, right? And a mace. We're just kind of chopping through a lot of things. I think we might be able to do higher loops now that this is going to be a Count's land as well. Just defense and max out that. It's a little bit lower. Set on AoE. That's just gonna be better because that's gonna give us regen. We don't have much evasion. Counters. Don't have any counter. This will be a little bit of healing. This is basically relying on us playing badly, but it might come more in clutch. We could start just doing counter, stacking that. So much for your sword. Just looking at any swords that are better than the one we have, because ours has an extra 9 magic damage. Is gonna be counter on it? No. Gonna hurt. Yes, I will take this. Be able to survive this one. So let's just do another. Let's do it another time. Let's max HP. Let's go again. Double treasury. Was that stuttering again? I really don't enjoy this stuttering. It very much confuses me to where it's coming from. We're taking a lot of damage. Increase our attack speed. Set another village right here, just a little more. And then I cannot play any more cards. Oh fuck. I fucked up. I thought that was gonna allow me to be fine. Well, time to lose another run. Some damage. Yes. More defense. Not placing all these to get all my HP. This is really bumping too. Clearly now. It's designed very well. Okay, heal up a bit. Oh, actually, wait, yeah, no, we have a chance to retreat. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna survive that boss fight. So sorry to cuck ya, but I'm gonna do that. I should have enough to build both of these. Thank you. It's a nice place. Calm. There's some people, but quiet ones. They look a bit grim, but they can tell you many things if you can listen. Okay, I need a little bit more stone so I can unlock the crypt. I should be able to do this and also have enough to get the other stuff. Good news! We've come up with a list of some things we need. I won't say they're all absolutely necessary, but they would make our lives a bit better. We can't keep eating from the ground, while the food is also the ground. And then we go to sleep on the same, ground. I'm exaggerating, of course. Just want you to get the idea. If you stumble upon a good piece of furniture, an instrument, or anything else of use, remember the place, take a wagon there, and we'll see what your findings can go to the right person. This basically unlocks our supply and craft options. Supply is basically once we find items now in our runs, we'll be able to equip those and they'll give us different buffs. Craft, we'll be able to craft items from these two resources. We can craft items and we can craft food. But I'm not going to do that yet because I want to save up on my resources. because I want to build that crypt, if possible. That's really where I want to get. Because I really don't care about the rogue that much. I want to unlock the crypt so I can unlock the necromancer, because necromancer is very good. We unlock the ruins card, which is a very nice card, but also very dangerous. Gives a random basic resource charge upon visit, and spawns a scorchworm every 2 days. And scorchworms are... well, I'll show ya when we go and fight some. So, this should be fine to go and fight with. Basically, with the unlocking the crypts, every time we go through a cemetery, we'll get a little memory fragment. That's basically all the crypt does right now. Later, once we upgrade it, we'll be able to resurrect with 15% of our HP if we die. Which isn't too great, but it's still a nice way to save you from dying. These memory fragments aren't really that useful. Like I've said before, they're just mainly for buying lore. But it's still nice to get those early on. You'll create a big flow of those so you can start reading all the logs and knowing stuff. Here we found our first item, Sturdy Stool, plus 2.20 regeneration per second. If the player already has regeneration, so it just adds a little bit of regeneration once we equip that. Not very good, but that's fine. Nice addition. It was nice just full hand of things to complete the treasury early on. Hold on to that till I know exactly when I should use it. Really want a vampire soon, so I can get that ransacked into a ransacked village. That's the way that's gonna happen though. Oh, well, I should wait like half a second. I would have stuff for this treasury. This is crossed out here. The rest can be those. Be fine. I really want 2 vampires so I can get this going soon. If not, I might have to just deal with having one very normal village. There's the ruins. It's no vampire. They're nowhere to be seen. It's already loop 5. So this is going pretty easy. Nothing much has happened yet. See how much the vampires really add to the difficulty of the game. But I also do have like slightly worse for it though. I'll be able to get a ransacked village, so I'm just gonna place 1, deal with consequences. Actually, I also should have placed 1 over here. That's my bad. Requests. That's a big chunk of counter. So here are some scorch rooms. So right here you can see they're archers. Takes part in battles on adjacent tiles. So if there was a battle happening on the tile next to this, these guys would be over on a little side section, and you'd be unable to hit them. But since there is no adjacent battle, we just kind of came up to them. And they have this little ranged combat thing of, if they're in the second row, they have minus 30% damage, in the first row, they have minus 60% damage. So this guy's in the first row, he has minus 60% damage, meaning he's going to be easy to kill. He's doing 2 damage every hit. So that'll be pretty easy to deal with now. This would be a good run for that counters heal you. Oh, I think the counters heal you is very minor. It's like 1 or 2 every counter. So it's not very big. At least when I tried it. I don't like how tough this guy is right here. I might want to give up on this counter dream and instead just go for more damage in general. Yeah. Sad, but that's how it's gotta go, it seems. Now we get one of these. So just put this guy here for now. Some extra cards, armor, and everything. Stone to build the grip this time. Oh, there's 2 boss enemies in one fight. That's the extreme game. Thanks. This is such a slow run. It's loop 6 and we don't have anything really going. We're only halfway towards the boss. But yeah, when you place the ruins, you want to keep them away from a bunch of things. Like how I placed it 2 tiles away from there, but you generally only need to place it 1 tile, but sometimes they'll wander over and you'll end up having to deal with these archers, these scorch worms while fighting something else, and they'll just They'll do so much damage, it's kind of insane. And if there's even one slime there, you can deal with taking a lot of damage. But it's very worth it to get just some random resources every time. It's pretty nice. That's so much defense. That's insane. Let's put this somewhere. There should be fine. It's not like I have much better place to put it. Leave this rock for now. Is there any damage at all? Yes, there is. Take speed up. Get rid of all of our vampirism. Replace it with regen. It's not very much worth it. More ruins. These are right there. They'll just be the same fight, which will be fine. Just kind of going against my own rules and placing some ruins just so I can get some resources. But none really, because it doesn't seem like anything wants to be going directly the right way. I hate how much these guys evade. Here we go. On this? No, but I get some regen, so I'll take that. Vampirism on this? Yes. Vampirism on that. So I'm missing out on counter, just get some more HP. I'm fine with that. Oh no. Flesh golem at the last second. Fucker. As long as I focus him, I should be fine. 741. I don't wait for these fights. That's good. Get these damages out fast. Increase attack speed. But yeah, as you can see, there's the Archer 15 effect. Okay, this should be the end of the run. There we go. And I'm gonna call that another run. Let's grab some more resources real quick. There we go. And we got 2 items to use. Still 3 rocks short, 1 scrap metal from short. That's fine. Okay. I should be able to put this on. So if we were to have a storm temple, there's a 6% chance to redirect lightning and or a magical attack to random enemy. So that's kind of nice for if you use storm temples a lot as a warrior, then you're going to be able to just redirect everything to the enemies and not take the damage from the lightning. And then let's just add this. It's very little, but it's better than nothing. Let's go on another expedition. Basically keep grinding. This game is a lot of kind of grinding at the beginning. And then once I have a good necromancer run, this first boss will be a piece of cake. As you can see right here, I'm trying to leave like one space in between. Like, you will be having to deal in these slime bites of the scorch worms, but it's still better to leave that one space than to not, because if you don't, then you're just going to deal with scorch worms just fucking you up. Scorch worms get quite good loot as well. Nice. Just in time. That last fight gave me everything I needed to make sure this loop would be worth it. The equipment I'm getting is really low, which I don't really enjoy, but I'll be fine. I probably shouldn't be placing all of these ruins over here, but I kind of keep doing that because it feels good to have just all those ruins in one place. It's a little bit of OCD, I guess, but not really OCD. Candlestick. The hero's damage is increased by 5%. He is in range of a road lantern or a beacon. Effects don't stack. Okay. That's pretty cool. I already have damage roll, so I kind of want to get rid of that. I really want this vampirism, actually. Thanks for that low thing. It's gonna really keep me sustained. There we go. Meadows, finish this. Bad idea, but we'll see. Nope. Happen right now. 2 cards. The amount of scorch worms that spawn here. Damage all. Generation counter. Missing out on 1 damage. Damage all the same. Defense. Counter. It's also not worth it to take that shit instead. Better. Pentagram. Yes. Oh god, just our first hits are gonna be insane. Sadly, still no ghosts. Just make mountains like everything's in quickly. Shaw's better. Gives us some vampires. First attack, just a wipe out these guys. This is great. Should be able to this ransack. Should be fine with that. Missing out a little bit of my damage roll, but that'll be fine. Do this one after. Just get more sticks. Since I leave 3 rocks in there. It's no longer working. Hold turn. Okay, let's. Oh, it's maybe because I already have it set to pause on turn. I should be able to risk one more. That should be fine. Do that. not, well, I'm an idiot. Let's pause this on the next fight, and turn on the lantern. Just a little bit less dangerous. This mountain, rock, this meadow. Place a great right there by itself. It's not really worth it. She'll already have. Just let it turn to scrap. I'll also just let that turn to scrap, but I'll leave it for if I need. Actually, no. I have no vampirism on my coat. I'd rather put this on to get that vampirism for now. It's gonna save me more than not having it for a while. Yes, please. Heals 5 HP at the start of each day. Okay, place one more of these. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to call that another one. And hopefully this is enough to buy the crypt. It looks like it. 7 rocks and 6 scrap metal. I should be able to buy the crypt now. Yeah, baby! I could also do the Intel Center, but I don't feel like it yet. Because I'd rather get this guy going. Oh! You're interested too, eh? Not everyone appreciates it. Not everyone understands. People can serve you not only with their voices, but with bones, swords, bows. And they are not evil if you don't fear them. You're right, I only need to raise a hand and... Wait, never done anything like this before. If I remember correctly, the craft teaches itself, often through books, or words, or walls and stones in your case. It's an unusual way. So here we go. Now we have the crypt. It's gonna unlock our necromancer. Also aim for the rogue next one. I think the Intel Center is gonna be a little bit more. Definitely the next one to use. Now we have the necromancer. See these little parts change? So our class necromancer summons skeletons that fight instead of their master. Number and power of skeletons depend on necromancer's equipment and skills. So you can see down in this corner right here, it also changes out our equipment slots. So we no longer use armor and shields. We instead have a necklace, 2 rings, and a book. And our additional stats also change. We have attack speed of 8%, summon quality, regeneration, defense, and skeleton's power. So let's start. And well, our warrior's gear, we can no longer basically equip that, so every one of these we're just kind of getting that for no reason. But as you can see, he doesn't attack himself. His attack speed is for summoning skeletons. And that's a good start. We got +1 to our max skeletons. We also got summon quality, which is basically a % chance to have better skeletons. So these are just little base guys. With that 12%, we have a chance to summon more powerful skeletons. And you saw one of them just a second ago that had... he had like 2 claws and such. I'll show you again if he summons it. Might have to wait on that though, because it's a 12% chance, so it's not always going to be guaranteed we see it. But generally those are, like, there's ones that attack faster, there's one that take all of the hits, so like they have a ability that all enemies will target them first. Those ones are nice to have. The skeleton level is also like our damage. We kind of want to match that with the loot. If you're falling behind, then generally you're not going to deal a lot of damage. You're going to be very much falling behind and just not dealing what you need to be dealing, basically. Here our skeleton quality is very... our skeleton level is very low, so this mimic is kind of just bashing his head against these skeletons so they're not being able to do much. There we go. Oh, and then there's our magic HP and more summon quality, so we'll see those better skeletons. But instead of max HP, we get magic HP, which is this little shield above our thing at the start of each fight. And there's our skeleton warrior. That's one of the better skeletons. He's mainly like the DPS guy, and then there's the skeleton guard. He has the first target, so everything will target him first. They're basically just really good to have those, instead of just the base skeletons. But our skeleton level is very low, because we still haven't found a book yet. Which is the main way we get our big... Oh, speaking of a book, that's 2.2 more skeleton level. Boom, now we're slightly above where we should be in the loop, so that's good. Now these slimes and everything are just not going to take as much to kill on everything. See, there's also a new sprite for a ring. This one is always going to have +1 max skeletons on it. It doesn't matter what level it is, it's always going to have only +1 because I don't think I've seen any +2 max skeletons yet, so even like a level 8 gray is only going to have +1 skeletons. It's kind of but I understand it. This stuff early is good. Oh, I should have waited a second, then I would have been able to do all that. As you see, Necromancer is really good. You can start to deal with all these crowds a lot easier than the other classes can. At least in my testing. Not testing, but just in my playing the game so far. Of beating Act 2, Necromancer definitely seems the most, like, kind of, not broken, but strong. He might be broken. We have that little extra plus 0.27 making up for the fact that it's lower. So now we can summon 4 skeletons. And you can have 4 skeletons around you, and then once you get above that max skeleton, you have your own archers basically. You'll start summoning those. And that's where your real major DPS starts to come in. But it's really hard to get a lot of max skeletons while also having good skeleton level and skeleton quality, etc. So it takes a while. Along with your attack speed, some of your skeletons might die before you get to do anything. So you might be just stuck summoning your 4 while you're trying to get your 5th. Tried Unseen Care. Seems a little but I'll go with it. Oh, another exquisite mirror. We can change that chance up to very high. 12% chance of lightning being affected. I've never really liked Storm Temples on Necromancer, because generally they'll always attack your skeletons and you, because you have generally one with the most amount of units compared to the enemies. But it can be fine. I feel like it's going to be a little bit better if I had 2 exquisite mirrors active. Okay. Don't really care about regen as much. Set that on. Set that on the right, left side. Let's get rid of that. Just +1. I'll be fine with just 2 skeletons. Especially when my stone quality is 85% chance of good ones. Oh, well, there we go. Now we're back up to 3. This one is not very much worth it. Actually, yeah, no. I'm fine with what I have. My summon quality is 97%. That's kind of ridiculous. Never had it that high. What's else here? Get those harpies out. As you can see, yeah, the Necromancer is kind of busted. Just being able to do all this kind of stuff without worrying too much. Well, this is going to suck a little bit where I place that ruin. Blood grove there, so just deal with that. Should be more than fine since I'm the Necromancer. Our skeleton quality is starting to get kind of low. Skeleton level, I should say. Outcasts. Noises on the Necromancer, some of the skeletons are a little kind of rough. They do sound a little bad, but it's still fine. Set this one here for free since I've already had a bit of cap spawn. Okay, that one can go on the right. Once had a Necromancer run where my attack speed got up to like about 80%. I was just summoning skeletons constantly, and they were constantly attacking. It was pretty nutty. Let's take up more space over here. Since I want to be fighting the last boss, I kind of want to be filling up all these spaces. You'll see why. Actually, I can just tell you once this spell's over. The first act boss, he'll spawn buildings around your camp, and for every building he spawns around it, he deals more damage, and by 30%, and that can add up a lot if you don't have things there to stop that. So if you're doing a run in which you know you want to fight the last boss of Act 1, you might want to start filling up some of those areas. Because the first time I went there, he was dealing about 300 per attack, which is kind of scary to see. Now he's not gonna swim in anything around there, so that should be fine. Don't have much attack speed, but I should hopefully be able to continue. Unless... After 4 hours, we'll start fighting the final boss. Hopefully we'll be prepared enough. Not that I'll be a little sad, but it should be fine. Should be getting enough HP healed. There's no extra rings it looks like we need. Okay. How is this even possible? That's right, he didn't devour me like the rest of the world. Haven't I? Do you really not? Do you really don't think so? What are you talking about? I'm standing right in front of you. I consumed all of your reality. Every one of its elements now rests in a separate pocket dimension. Spaces, living beings, information, even memories. They shall remain there until entropy does its work, turning everything into uniform static mass. Along with you, of course. You're insane. So what do we have here? I see you found a way to interact with other pieces of reality, to organize, combine, and merge them. But how? I don't see any exceptional talent or knowledge in you. You hardly even understand what is happening, right? I'll tell you what's happening. Pile of Bones is butchering my world and thinks that it can get away with it. You're already doomed, and you know it. Perhaps you're just the first in a series of systematic errors, a problem I must learn to solve. Let's not waste any time then. I don't think that you're capable of feeling regret, but I'm about to change that. This fight should be fine, yeah. Bloop. Nonsense. This is impossible for so many reasons. I don't understand. I put everything back like it was before. Can't. I've already completed my task, even if the result is not perfect. You are in no position to refuse, you sack of bones. I received everything I could gather. I just wanted to see how our crusade against the universe would end, to witness what would come of it. My presence is no longer required. Who is he? I get it. You're connected somehow, right? That's why. You'll find out soon enough. This anomaly will not escape his attention. Now my explanations would be meaningless to you. So spare me your wheezing and just die. If that sack of bones is telling me the truth, I have a long journey ahead. I will build my whole world from scratch if I have to. The skull of that monster will be the first brick in its foundation. And I I went for Omegaron's resurrection because it just seems good, honestly. Everybody, listen! The Lich is dead! The curse has been lifted! But what Lich? And what curse? I believe you, of course, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't remember the dead sorcerer? The one in a fur coat, holding a scepter, all shrouded in star nebulas, floating above the world on his shining wings and eating it piece by piece? That's strange. Everything looks the same around here. Why? I guess he's not the only reason for this darkness, then. Skeleton was mentioned him, whoever he is. He must have something to do with the obliteration of the world. It seems that I have no other option but to continue my expeditions. With that, the first act is done. I'm going to build the Intel Center. Okay, here's what we've managed to learn. The world consists of darkness and fragments of your memories for a quite short period of time. Nothing is possible. Nothing is stable. But this is completely true. But that is not completely true. There are some key memories that drastically change everything. By keeping a log of your expeditions, we're adding pieces of the picture together. It would be much easier if everything wasn't so shapeless. Remember, any knowledge is priceless, so don't forget to share it. We'll decide how to use it best together. And that adds the encyclopedia, which basically allows you a lot more insight into how things work, all of your cards, and what they fit into. So there's the roadside, landscape, and special, along with golden cards. And you have all of your enemies, from your common to your bosses. Should tell you basically everything and kind of what they drop, which is more Act 2, when they start to really drop the things that you want them to be dropping. All of your resources and how to get them, and all of your items and what they do. So let me just... I don't have any fragments of memory, do I? I do, it's just I don't have the thing that allows me to unlock any of these journal entries yet. So that's fine. Is there anything else I can build? No. Force is definitely the next thing I really want. Either that or smelter. Two of these on there. Now if I do run into those. Food, something I can fuck around with not using for now. I have 11. I could maybe craft one food item. Just so much. Well, since I'm not using these yet, I'm just gonna take these out of slots. And then just increase my damage to undead. Because why not? Because I can't set these in any other slots. Nothing to craft. And then if we go to our decks, these golden cards that do not cost any, like, they aren't a part of your deck really. You just kind of give them at the beginning and you can use them. And this one's very good for your Necromancer. Plus 3 HP for every enemy with a soul killed, removes HP bonus from armor, and grants you 1 resurrection after hero's death. So basically, that's just a free, just resurrect. If you die early, well then, fuck it. That's already super strong. But if you're the Necromancer, you don't get any HP bonuses really from armor. So that's also just a non-negative. And then plus 3 HP for every enemy with a soul killed. That's just gonna be great. Like, that's just extra HP every time you kill something, basically. And then that's the desert is a new landscape that we unlocked. It lowers every creature's HP by 5, even including your own. I mean, 0.5, even including your own. So it's a little bit give and take, but really you're getting so much max HP from different things like rocks and armor that this is not really almost a non-factor in your part. Like, you're not worrying about it much. It basically just means all of the enemies are going to be dying quite a bit faster once you build up a bunch of this. So let's put spiders back in, and let's just do chrono crystals, I guess. Actually, no. Yeah, let's do chrono crystals. Fuck it. But I'm going to take a quick break before I head into Act 2, so give me a bit. I actually might even stop streaming right now. I'll take a break and then I'll think about it. Yeah, I think I'll do a couple runs through Act 2 before I call it a night. So let me, sorry, I was checking Discord to see who was messaging me. But okay. So Act 2. So this is what, or Chapter 2. I call them acts, because why not? It's easier to say in chapter, fuck it. But as you probably noticed, when we dropped that Intel Center, it allowed us to put in more cards into our deck. So that's why the number went from 12 to 15, so now I can use a lot more of the things I've unlocked. Which makes it a little bit harder to draw the things you want to draw, but that's fine. And last time I got this right before Act 2 as well, or as I got into Act 2. So, in Act 2, enemies have 1 to 2 abilities. So that means a lot of the enemies, like as you saw the vampire, that was giving a lot of things vampirism in the fight. Now everything else has different abilities. Like, as I was explaining earlier, bandits can break your gear, have a 5% chance to break your gear whenever they hit you. And harpies now have higher chance to evade attacks. Every like 5 seconds they guaranteed evade an attack. Enemy strength plus 0%. This is basically like your normal mode. Like Act 1 was easy. Act 2 is basically your normal. Enemy strength growth is plus 3% per loop, which is 1 more percent, which doesn't seem like a lot, but that adds up. You get 40% more resources, so you really start to build up how many resources you get. Like this is where you start to farm a little bit easier for all the other things you haven't built. And your max amount of resources is 20 compared to the 10, so even more enforcing, hey, this is kind of where you're starting to get a lot of your resources to get your town together and such. Really start to get it around, because there's these new different orbs, like this Orb of Evolution that you don't even have the resources for yet, that start to unlock in Act 2. More things start to unlock more things, or start to drop more things, I meant to say, sorry. Like as you see, we have 0 of some of these things. But I really want to get the refuge and the smelter next. If possible, library is okay, but it's not that great. I love its golden card. Its golden card is very fun, but also this golden card is a lot better. I've never used a mud hut. I think I haven't even built the warehouse in my other save, so I don't really even know if those are very much worth it, but we'll see. Main thing is I want to get these 2 before I go too far. I also kind of want to build one right there so then I can make more farms over here to get more food. Okay, so let's expedition with this deck. It's a lot of shit, but I kind of want to try it out, because again, I still don't use spiders much, but maybe they'll be worth it. And I like to place this where I don't think I'll be placing much of anything else, so right here will be fine. As you see, you start the run with the golden card in your hand, so you can immediately place that. So now slimes, they have this corrosive structure, and they basically just lower your defense every time they attack you until the end of battle. I mean, they're a little bit more dangerous. They're still not very dangerous, but they're there. Now we can start to place some of these sand dunes up in the top corner, but I'll wait on that for now. The sand dunes lower it by 1%, and then the little sand tiles are 0.5%. So you can see they can really start to build up. Yeah, let's make this the ruin side. that would have been the perfect spot for him. I'm a fucking idiot. Replacing things to replace them. But since these double the effect of days passing on adjacent tiles, you can basically get easy healing from placing Blooming Meadows. So instead of 3, you're getting 6 for each of these, which is great. Even just the meadows, that's 4 instead of 2, so it becomes a lot better to place your meadows along these instead of waiting for your treasuries. This is very weirdly small. Here's our first mountain. Start to place cocoons over here. Should hopefully be fine right here. If it's not, then oh well. Okay, so what are spiders from? Or possibly not. No clue yet. I guess it's living fabric, because that would be a nice idea, living fabric, instead of waiting for goblins and such. Oh, and rat walls, they have a 20% chance to cause bleeding that deals 12 damage after every attack for the next 3 seconds, which is very dangerous. Already with these guys high, like, of 8%, they kind of get really strong. Left to get rid of for now. Okay, I'm just gonna start placing some sand dunes and such because I am starting to run out of space in my hand. This becomes very dangerous. Skeletons. Or these slimes, I should say. Finally, we got a book. I don't care. It's on it. It's more than everything we had. Damn, we got up to 97% summon quality again. It's insane. Never really seen that. At least I haven't ever really seen it that much. Okay, I can place battlefield here. For sand dunes. Okay. those spiders are trying to ghosts later in the run. Something over there. Yes, Ambitions of the Dead. After killing an enemy, Skeleton fully heals itself. Its damage and HP are increased by 10% at the end of the battle. So that really just kind of starts to stack up for your battles. Like when there's a lot of enemies, they start to just pile up. Your damage starts to just skyrocket. Which is really nice. Right there, it's just dead, dead, dead. Okay, just make it a little bit better because they're right there. And now, vampires are a lot more dangerous is after they drop below 50% HP, they summon this swarm of bats that everyone who doesn't have this ability gets to the ring in the ears effect, which has a 10% chance of interrupting attacks, which you'll see happen sometimes with like that little sheathing animation, because they just decide not to attack because of the ring in the ears, which is very just kind of annoying. And I just barely missed that, which is sad. Kind of wanted to get some fights there, but I guess not. Better? Better. Give me more damage. Let's see. I'm gonna start stacking some of those road lanterns over here, so I don't have to deal with so many of these annoying scorch worms. The second that I saw it, I shouldn't have placed so many, especially because of things like this. I just start taking a lot of damage. Oh god. A lot of damage. I have this problem of where after I kill them, they just never actually die. It's my only problem with these ruins. 100% chance to immobilize targets with weapons instead of attacking. See up here, enemies have 8% less HP. Because it's starting to stack up now. Okay, so they do drop a living fabric, which is good. Deserts, even though they're so strong, they don't give you any resources when you play them. Just a little bit of the downside of them, but it's fine. White swing, 2% of the creature's damage is dealt to everyone on the battlefield. So these guys basically have their little damage to everyone. Anything good? Yes. A random corpse destroying 25% of HP. You can see now this is where my low attack speed really starts to become a problem because I'm not winning as fast as I can be. Now that they got that little killing and damage buff, this guy is dealing a lot more than everybody else. Increases damage done to boss by 4%. Okay, so you can do that for your boss runs. It's really nice. Okay, it's attack speed. Don't know which one I want to get rid of. Okay, so I'm going to keep my attack speed. I really want that extra attack speed so I can really get these guys out faster. So I'm starting to pay dearly for that. Should be fine there. few seconds, which allows it to ignore incoming damage once, which is really scary, especially when paired with all these guys. Use a potion. Sounds of it. So even when you do have so many of those ruins, like just one of these ruins can really fuck you over if you weren't prepared for it. That's still less. Got an orb of evolution finally. Skeletons. I think I'm gonna go for this little bit of regen. Even though it is less damage. These fights. There we go. The fight should be easier instead. So yeah, the spiders are worthwhile so you can start getting living fabric. These runes. But I think I'm gonna call this run right after this one because this would get very dangerous. So now nothing can be there, it seems. Which is fine. Actually be able to survive this. Especially once that turns into damage. We'll see as we get here. Okay, so we're full health. We have all this shit. Need to deal with all of that. That didn't even change yet, since that was so late. So yeah, I'm gonna have to call this a retreat. Smelter, not enough for the refuge. Smithy, yeah, we need a lot more scrap iron. What is that called? I don't know. Just scrap metal. Before we can start doing this. So many of the same items types. We can't use any of them. Fuck me. Fabric so I can do the forest. Because the forest unlocks a new landscape, which is really nice for the necromancer as well. let's see if we get enough for the refuge, smithy, or library next run. Let's do one more run and then I think I'll call it a night because it's already been 4 hours. I'm fucking tired. Because it's what, 10:09 now. Let me check my Discord. No cards. That's funner. Probably gonna set battlefields over here, so the scorch room's a little out of the way. Skeletons up early. It's kind of hard to play this game as a build game, not like a character build game, because I feel like you're always changing around your gear so quickly that it generally becomes not worth it to stick to a build sometimes. But you see, even when we have 4 deserts, just 5 rocks, we're still outpacing the amount of negative max HP we're getting. Yeah, they're not constantly dying. It's really kind of annoying. Yeah, you kill them and they don't die for some reason. I guess I'll look at the encyclopedia and see if that's what they're supposed to do, but it doesn't seem like that's what they should be doing. Plus 1% HP for passing the campfire, but max HP is lowered by 2% from the base amount. Okay. Heavy, sturdy, and old. Sleeping on it is very comfortable, but be careful not to wake everybody in the house with its loud squeaking. Strange. There's a lot of spiders up at the top. Structure we have. Place that right there. Yes. max speed. I should be fine without that. Attack speed. Is my storage space going wild or something? My computer's trying to tell me just like free up space. So I'm very confused at what's happening there. Don't see the need for the more space right now. Or freed up space yet. Because I haven't used a lot, I don't think. Much better. Oh no. Some guarantees from some units. Still no real use for these fields yet. Oh, I can't play. That was a mistake. it's not, then oh well. Shouldn't place them in there. Losing out on healing there. That's fine. That hasn't transformed, so I'm a little scared of that. It's loop 6. Full HP. These are gonna start spawning blood golems. Harpies are starting to spawn everywhere. Not everywhere, but places. This should hopefully be fine. Our stats aren't very good, but let's go on to the sand dunes right now. I'm gonna do this. This one first. Nope. 4, still not better. We're one skeleton level behind. Losing it on regen, getting 2 more skeleton quality. I think I'll be fine. My old rings are better still. Still worse. Yeah, as I said earlier, it's like even level 6 you're only getting +1 max skeletons. I feel like that could be buffed to like +2 after like level 6 or so, but somewhere in that. It's just like right now it feels like it's kind of useless to get these. Treasury. Still got that shit. Attack speed. We have none, so it's not really super worth it. Defense. I'm gonna put that on left one. Hopefully it will keep me in terms of these fights. If not, I always do have more revive left. Thanks to the crypt. Over here. Probably shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it anyways. So I don't accidentally overload myself. So yeah, 5% chance to destroy heroes items when it did. So it's very scary to go through this. Spider down, which hopefully will have that last some more living fabric, and also play meadow. Hey, the slime had it. Good. It's here. Hopefully nothing will spawn. Ah, yeah, something will spawn there. No, it's every 2 days. Good. So let's decrease the HP a little bit more. Would be a healing center. I kind of don't want to risk it when we have 10 scrap metal and everything, or stable metal. Got one more revolution. Retreat. Call this the last run, and call it a night. Let's see what exactly we can build. Can't build a smithy. Can't build a refuge. This would be possibly a little bit better to get. Kind of want to just get the library. This pleasant smell of cellulose sheets and dried ink. The smell of books, to put it simply. Look at us. Me, a scientist. Knowledge is my weapon, and you will wander. Your weapons are, well, your weapons. And still, in spite of all the differences at the end, we pursue the same goal, to know and save this world. Theory, knowledge, learning! We shall discover this world anew, my friend. So, do we have enough for the refuge still? No, we're really low on wood now, so that's fine. Once we get the forest and a lumberjack, that'll be a little bit easier. Okay, so I'm almost back to where I was last time. We still need to beat Act 2 and get a couple things upgraded, but almost back to normal. Nice, I can start equipping more of those now. So I'm going to do some equip. Actually, I don't need those on now yet. So I'll put that on instead. And that. Sort those. Yeah, the rest of these can't go on. Don't want to put it on the bed because it seems like more of a drawback. Okay, well, I'm going to call it there. And I'm going to call it a night. So, thank you for watching, if you're watching, and have a good one.